What's up, James? Got at least one more minute. I'm gonna stay here before I move. Doing a 2-hour break. I just woke up from a nap not too long ago. I'm in Jamestown, New Mexico. I've already driven 356 miles. What's up, Jesse? Happy birthday. I hate it when people say that to me, but I don't value my birthday like other people do, so. Morning, Sylvia. What do I have here? I need at least 2 hours. Alright, now I just hit 2. I'm gonna go get fuel and run inside real quick and get a restroom and drink, then continue on this shift. I don't need to run at least about 570 miles to kind of average out all of my shifts. I'm on my way to Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I started my day or early morning in Santa Rosa, Kingman. I had 1715 or so to go when I started there. So anything in the 570 to 580 range per shift is ideal. That was a minimum, I should say. I've already done 350 today. The last 230 or so would get me right to Santa Rosa. I'm considering stopping there. I may press on and go all the way to Russell's Travel Center over by the Texas border, but I'll see. Either way, I have decent options for the end of next shift, regardless of which one I choose. Let me see. 439. Okay. I had to get my code. And definitely change my status. like the damn defos won't reach my duck tank, so I have to back up a little bit. Morning, Carl. Might be a little too far from what you're ready. gallons of tractor fuel, and then mostly filled up my DEF tank and maxed out my reefer tank. Run in real quick and it should be good. Use the restroom and get a drink and be out of here. fluid streaking. So be it. I'm gonna roll here. So when you need her, there's a purple tractor there. Oh, I'll show you something real quick since I'm in the parking lot still. I don't know if you can see that discoloration on my hand, on my fingers. That's I think that's some of the Raynaud's phenomenon from when I went through chemo back in 2002. I don't have good circulation there. Clear both sides. I heard something about the westbound side of I-40 being shut down somewhere between here and Albuquerque. I think it was for an accident, but I don't know for sure. I didn't see anything on Google Maps when I got up, but and I think they were talking about it like an hour or two ago, so maybe it's not there anymore, I don't know. Left on my clock, and that should be able to give me at least 350 miles, which could actually get me into Texas. So depending on how I'm feeling when I get to Santa Rosa, may or may not go further. I might go all the way to Russell's Travel Center, or I may even go up to if I can reach it, possibly even Vega, Texas. Because you can't be bothered to move over, right? You'd rather slow down and get stuck behind me than move over in a wide open area. I can't believe some of the stupid things people do. They finally decide to pass me. Alright, so what all's been happening with me since last time I streamed? I got up to Fernley, did a 34-hour reset up there, made my delivery. Now the morning of the delivery, the Donner Pass had chain controls in effect, so they didn't really want any of us going over Donner Pass. But then by the time I had delivered my load, they had removed the chain controls, but our planner apparently didn't get that information. He thought the hill was still closed, or the hill being Donner Pass. So I ended up sitting in Fernley another night after that, and started deadheading from there to Tulare, California the next morning. Picked up a load there, got it all the way to my house, did a 10-hour break at my house, and then yesterday I ran from my house to King Kingman, which was only a 245-mile drive. But the problem is I had my batteries on my truck were no good anymore, and I was barely even able to get my truck to start, even after I had the APU running all night. So I decided, I'm just going to get the batteries replaced, and I also had some trailer issues that needed to get worked on too. So stopped early so I could take the time to get those repairs done, and I did so in a spot where I knew I could easily reach my receiver in the next 3 shifts regardless. And I also did so at a time where, if it would take you 3 or 4 hours to get out of there, I'd still be able to find a place to park. So I intentionally chose Kingman for that purpose. It turned out the mechanic was pretty good too. He was pretty quick at checking bench checking my batteries and then replacing them all that. And then it still took a little bit of time, but he got rolling on it. He got moving on it as soon as they called me into the bay. Sometimes know who it is, but most of the time I don't know the driver, but there are a number of people I know their truck numbers, or at least have them written down who's in what truck. So that way if I come across those trucks out on the road, I know it's that person driving it. Morning, Tom. I guess afternoon for you. Trip planning from, there's a car over on the shoulder, and I got another car coming up. Hopefully they'll understand why I came over here. A lot of times they don't, but I don't think they could see that there's someone on the shoulder before I came over. I moved over extra early also, so that Canadian driver I had just passed, he gets the earlier visual of what's going on, and he has a chance to move over himself. So right around 230 miles out from Santa Rosa. That'll only take not even 3.5 hours. So like I said, see how I'm feeling when I get to Santa Rosa. I'll probably be alright. If I feel like I'm lively still, I'll press all the way over into near the Texas border, if not into Texas, depending on how my hour situation looks by the time I get over there. My basic plan from Kingman was get to Santa Rosa today, and then that would be able to get me to probably to what's that town over on the east end of Oklahoma? There's a pilot over on the east end of Oklahoma not long before you get into Arkansas. It starts with an R. I always forget the name. to there on the next shift, and then run across Arkansas and Tennessee on the next shift, on the last shift to get there. Either way, I need at least 3 shifts to do it with anyway, so it's just a matter of where I want to take my 10-hour breaks. It's not due until 1900 on Tuesday. And before I stopped in Jamestown for my nap, I was running about a 5 a.m. or so ETA on Tuesday. This load is not going to Texas, it's going to Tennessee. I'm going through Texas. If I end my shift in Texas today, it'll be in Vega. But I'm not a big fan of stopping in Vega, so I don't know. But I'm also I gotta consider showers too, because I'm gotta consider either I'll shower today at the end of my shift, or at the end of my 10-hour break, or I'll shower tomorrow wherever I decide to stop. The receiver is Americold in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Carl, I'm pretty sure you know where that's at. For those of you who don't, Murfreesboro is just a little bit southeast of Nashville. Not very far. It's basically take what's it? What's that? Interstate 24 or what is that? 440 or whatever it is. I forget that loop, the loop around there. I think it's 440 around the south end, or 240, whatever it is, 640. I forget. Around the south end of the Nashville area, when it runs you into. Is it I-24 going east or east or south down toward Chattanooga? Not long after you get onto 24 is it's where you run into Murfreesboro, or actually I-40, whatever. Yeah, 440. That's it. I don't know that I really want to take 440 though, because last time I went through there, they had a lot of construction going on, and it was like a 45-mile-an-hour zone for a good chunk of it. So, depending on what time of morning I'll be going through the Nashville area, which might be during commute time, actually, so I might just deal with the 45 stuff or whatever in order to stay away from the central Nashville area. Definitely a really good alternative for traffic going on 40. Going from 40 and cutting across the 24. Degrees here. Or for Tom, it's about half a degree Celsius. Morning, dear. Hey, midget. What is she doing? Oh, I guess I was going to say, what's she doing up so early? It's almost 9 a.m. there, but that still tends to be a little early for her on the weekends. get me some peanut butter M&Ms and some peanut M&Ms while I was in there. I'm going to just eat one of them now and then eat the other later. Watching the video with you? Daddy loves you. I'm in New Mexico right now. I got a bunch of crazy people watching me. Didn't this guy already pass me? Wasn't the guy in front of him? Somebody, I don't remember. Who's this? 3557. Truck had kind of a brownish silver color to it. So maybe it was the guy further up who passed me. Hey, this guy just passed, just cruising for maybe better fuel efficiency. Plenty of space until that car back there starts getting closer. Don't need to be in a huge hurry to pass that, move back in front of you. This road's a little bit bouncy. Actually not the easiest. See what you're saying. More rough road. fart like I used to. Again, I can't do it with as much ease as I used to. Get me back to my beer drinking days, or I still drink some beer once in a while, but get me drinking a lot more beer and eating more peanut butter, and I'll put them to shame. Phone is getting a little hot. Too much direct sunlight. I'm gonna have the display off for a bit. Give the phone a chance to cool down. Subscribers today, so it's 130 more to go before I can start streaming directly through YouTube. Growth rate definitely tapered off a little bit, but it's alright. So as long as we're not losing a bunch of subscribers, I don't really care how fast it grows. Trying to win any most popular YouTube trucker contest. Anyway. Wondering, there was this younger trucker I'd sometimes watch just to see what's happening with him. His name is Vasily G. He had done a lot of interesting YouTube videos and streams and stuff. Yeah, he's a little more wet behind the ears at the experience level, but of course, being a young and inexperienced driver, he relates a lot. He's very relatable for a lot of people who want to get into the industry. And I remember he had quit his trucking job at one point in time and tried to start some coffee shop venture with his brother or whoever it was, and then he came back to trucking, started doing reefer freight with I'm not sure who, but he was driving a yellow truck, so I was guessing either Western Flyer Express or maybe Decker or somebody, or a small company. Got another JCT coming. What do we got here? 4145. Sounds really familiar. Too hot. Anyway, I went back on his page because I was kind of curious. How come I've not seen anything new from him recently? Another one here. 3879 Alpha, it looks like. Get that one down. Got another one just passed. I missed him. makes me wonder what's going on there. Wonder maybe either he just got bored with it, or or maybe his company had concerns about him doing that, or who knows. Doing at least a good 80 miles an hour. Wallet Freight Incorporated. My trailer yesterday, I got 3 things worked on with it. Had the tandem slide valve was venting, so he changed that. She was surprised he even had the part in hand, but he did. Also had to get a mud flap replaced that was hanging by one bolt, and then my right brake light was not working. The tail lamp part of it was fine, but the brake light part of it wasn't. So got all that little TLC work done, and then just parked it for long enough for me to get 8 hours of a sleeper berth. Then got rolling again. JCT coming. Couldn't tell who that was. 42 something 5. I know it's not 4225 because that's Eric Wildman, and I know where he's at, and he's not. He's here on I-40, but he's over in Arkansas last time I checked. Or he's probably going down I-22 by now. He's on his way to Florida. He just swapped loads with somebody in Little Rock yesterday. He actually swapped his load in for someone else's empty. And he swapped with somebody with that he and I both know. Then took the other guy's empty to Tyson plant in Pottsville, Arkansas. Picked up a load there and is taking it to down to the Miami area. Struggle with the phone being a little hot for a while with until the sun gets overhead and not shining directly at the windshield. Trying to retrieve whatever that is in the middle of the lane. I can't tell when this thing is done, so I'm gonna put on some voice loud stuff. Mike's Great Adventure or something like that. Can't really see much of anything else because the phone's too hot. So, hello guys. Get to you guys later. Whenever it's safe or when it's actually possible to see what the hell I'm looking at. We've got any JCTs parked over in these places. Probably find a bunch of Swifts like I always do there. I see at least one Swift at Petro. So far, only one Swift and yeah, just one Swift. Couldn't get a good look at Loves though. Truck traffic coming westbound. Busy day here. Everyone must be on the way to, or most of them are probably on the way to California for Monday deliveries. no shortage of trucks going westbound. Seems like there's never more than maybe a several 100-foot gap between from one truck to the next truck. Area. This is an interesting looking truck. Oh, it's pink. Look like a freight train. Yeah, look like a mural of a train on the side of the on the top of the sleeper area. Then I saw another one on the back of the trailer too. Save that, get that footage saved on my dash cam to see if there's anything worth showing later. Yeah, I can barely see anything right now because the phone's still hot, but I can see that yeah, I think you were saying hi there. Can't see much until it cools down more. Battle with the sun shining right into that windshield and adding to the problem. See if that helps any. I'm not sure putting visors up helps at all, but or down. Well, we'll see. It's not another JCT right in front of me, is it? I wouldn't think I'd be gaining on any other JCT trucks, but the right side of the right side door looks like it could be our logo. Well, since I seem to be gaining on whoever it is, I'll find out, but looks an awful lot like one of our trailers.
Maryland laws would surprise people. Sean Kernan, son of Cora. Answered December 26, 2019. Author has 4K answers and 307.2 meters answer views. Generally, trying to break out of prison isn't advisable. In most places, it will land you in more trouble, and the vast majority of the time, it will fail miserably. In the United States, you'll get extra time on top of your sentence. And whatever damage or violence you commit on the way out will be stacked onto your sentence. But if you are serving and not be punished for it upon recapture. Source: The Strange Case of the Non-Criminal Jailbreak. Time Magazine. Rothman, Lily. Reason is therefore, in many prisons, depending on the security level, there's a damn good chance you'll get lit up by guards from patrol towers. 74.3K views. View 4.4K upvoters.
You know, that's an interesting one, because I hear that all the time where lifers are prone to not give a damn at all who they harm in prison, because they're there for the rest of their lives anyway. So they don't give a shit if they beat the crap out of or kill other people a lot of times. Maybe giving people life sentences isn't the right isn't the best option for for criminals, no matter how heinous the crime is. You're telling people there's no way for them to redeem themselves too. I do think people need to be punished for a crime any bit of good. The crazy stuff that people... I'm all for master and... I know the death penalty is something that is kind of a polarizing subject too. I think it should as a JCT probably gain on them going uphill, so I have a pretty light load. Surprisingly, with the cheese loads I usually expect are 40,000 pound or heavier loads, and I was shocked when I picked this one up and it was only 23,000. Going back to that lifer in prison thing, what's the point of locking them up if all you're going to do is tell them it's okay for them to destroy other people's families by causing serious injury and death and stuff to other prisoners just because they can? Because it doesn't matter if they get caught or not. What else are you going to do to them? They're never going to get out of jail anyway. So, they become apathetic, and like there's no repercussions that you can give them. So I really think the justice system, or Congress and all of them, need to rethink that whole idea. Purple Tractor, Skull Nation. Apparently they're a Vikings fan. It looked like they had a Minnesota Vikings logo thing on it. Morning, Yolanda. Yesterday, I know, was it San Francisco beat, I forgot who they played. I didn't catch what happened with the other game. sleeping or trying to get to sleep or whatever. Thing finally cooled off. Morning, Soup Beer. Baltimore got smoked. Vikings, oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. So I go from having a bunch of games last week that were very close, all like one possession games, to yesterday's games were more than one possession games. Let's see if today's games will go any better. I guess that's one reason to consider shutting down in Santa Rosa would be to, I can watch parts of, at least part of one or both games while I'm in bed. The question is, will I even sleep? That's why I'm more reluctant to stop if I'm not ready to stop. Soup Beer, where do you come? Where are you from? Where are you watching from? Here in the States, India, or somewhere else, or get a decent number of viewers from other countries, I noticed. I can't play the JCT versus Swift game very well when Lisa and Eric aren't on here watching. So you're watching from here in the U.S. or? Guessing your name, I'm guessing you're a Punjabi or Sikh or something. JCT4 Swift 2. There we go. Now we got a player. Damn, it was all little school buses going the other way. Must be quite a field trip. Welcome to the page. Always glad to have new people on here watching wherever anybody's from, and any bit of interest is a good thing. Man, it didn't really seem like it took that long to get to Sky City. Traffic behind me is a little light. I got a minivan about a quarter-mile behind me, and then the next traffic behind them is at least a good quarter-mile behind them. All right, Corey, we'll see you later.
Article 3 of 148. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If a person ends up jailed, do they usually start to straighten out after they get out, or is that usually just the beginning in a much worse development?
Okay, I got at least one Swift over
Lagari
here.
Justin, Indeterminate Shoe Program Level 4, Prisons and Prison Life 2006. Answered January 3, 2020.
Yeah, I
Author
see
has
one
222
Swift, no
answers and
there.
174.1k answer views. This is a very good question. To my knowledge and the fact I came from a family of means, I ended up in the youth authority and then prison, and when I first paroled 4 days after my 21st birthday, I seriously thought prison was the thing to do. Mostly because of the respect, like actually more like fear than respect, but I didn't realize that at the time. Now for someone to go through jail once and straighten out, all depends if the person wants to change or end up going back and forth. If the person is a drug addict, the odds of staying out are overwhelming. It also depends on if this person has a good structured environment to live after jail. People that don't have a positive support group isn't going to last long before they're back inside jail.
Yep.
Another thing is if the person's family are drug addicts or their significant other is a drug addict. If you go back to a drug addict, you're going to get worse, not better, and jail or prison has a door open just waiting on the time the person goes back. I was a heroin addict off and on for 12 years, and I kicked so many times in methadone, and I never dudes I was in prison with a slave to the heroin or methadone. Worrying if I was one rough year, but it was my determination to quit and the love for myself. If the person wants to quit and jail scared them, then they might have a chance, but to be honest, the system is set up for people to fail. It doesn't correct or anyone. Voter. You sharers.
So I think there's a lot of essential learning that can be done. Well, if that's 3881, I know that guy. I've talked to that guy before. His name's Ron. Anyway, the reason why I listen to a lot of these kind of, like, I guess, prison and criminal justice kind of articles, I have an interest in them mainly because we have a broke system, in my opinion. I don't think our justice system is designed to encourage people to not become habitual offenders. And there are areas where I don't even have answers for things, but the more you learn, from other perspectives, the more you get an understanding of the bigger picture, and maybe you come up with better ideas on how to handle things. Think of it like Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, I've never been to AA. I've never had a problem with alcoholism. Yes, I do drink alcohol. No, I've never really been an abuser of it. But, however, do you think it'd be better? Do you think it'd be easier to get somebody off of alcohol by having them hang out with a bunch of other alcoholics, or by hanging around with a bunch of people who don't even drink, or drink in moderation? And especially if they drink in moderation. I think you can get someone to change their habits by making them spend more of their time with people who they wouldn't normally be spending their time with, which are other criminals. And the guy's absolutely right too, with especially because the person has a drug habit and their parents are drug addicts. That's a bad situation. There's a Swift coming the other way. Yeah, it's a bad environment, and like, who does that person turn to? They're only of course, family's important for everybody, and not everybody has family that they can turn to and actually help keep them out of trouble and support them and whatever. just don't touch the damn drugs in the first place. But see, a lot of people, they get it's normalized for them because that's what kind of environment they grow up in. Another Swift coming the other way, which doesn't make it right, but I mean, just because it's you know, just like sex abusers, a lot of child molesters and stuff are sex abusers. They do what they do either because they were exposed to it as kids themselves or because of drug abuse. Now, it's just weird with the human mind sometimes where some people will swear to never ever let that cycle repeat itself, but in others, they get some weird idea that it's okay. And there's always that question of why do some people have such an easy time breaking that kind of cycle while others can't? James, with us being based near Tulsa, you'd think you'd see more of our trucks on up in your area, but we honestly don't have a lot of freight that goes up in that area. It's weird. I've had loads going up to O'Fallon, you know, over there west of St. Louis. We have a few loads that go out to Pennsylvania area and some others, but this is like few and far between, it seems. When I can probably count on one hand still in the almost 2 years that I've been with JCT how many times I've been on I-44 in Missouri. It's weird because it used to be like an every single week thing for me when I was a regular runner from Southern Cal to Pennsylvania and back with when I was with Sierra England. Travel Plaza by a few miles now. About 40 or so miles from the Albuquerque area now. Be a little more than a half an hour. Put it around 11:20 or so by the time I get close to downtown Albuquerque. That was going to pass me up, and then all of a sudden he slowed back down and got behind me right after I had already slowed down by a few miles an hour for the speed limit change. Hey Lisa. So we got the JCT versus Swift game going, and it's 5-4 JCT right now. Playing by Carl's rules. Parked trucks do not count. You have to be on the road. live in Victorville myself, and yeah, more often than not, I'm anywhere between California and anywhere in the western, or the central states. Yeah, anywhere up from Texas all on up to Iowa, typically. And once in a while, I'll get loads going on the other side of the Mississippi, like this one here will be. This load here is going to Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Yeah, once in a while I get out to Florida or other places too, but yeah, vast majority of my loads are back and forth between California and yeah, usually anywhere in the central, the southern central states, I should say, between Texas and maybe Missouri. Do you do reefer freight also, Soup Deer? Lisa, I just kind of been not streaming the last several days. I was doing a 34-hour reset in Fernley, Nevada, before I made that last delivery. Then I made the delivery and only drove 15 miles, barely over 15 miles to get to my receiver. And Donner Pass over in California had chain controls in effect the morning of my delivery, so they weren't having any of us deadheading across Donner Pass that day. So I ended up waiting until the next morning to get rolling, and then I finally got moving, and it just kind of wasn't in a social mood, so just didn't really do anything. Hey, JR.
Article 4 of 148.
120 mile marker. Come on, play the article.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most bizarre case of road rage you've ever experienced? Timothy Lamoth. Answer, January 2nd, 2020. Author has 122 answers and 78k answer views. A few years back I got into an accident, skiing, that resulted in severe head injury. Aside from partial vision loss in my left eye, everything else is pretty much normal. Getting back in the road came with challenges. On several occasions I was convinced I had a target painted on my car as I was routinely involved in severe road rage incidents. Told my wife this and she just shrugged it off, thinking this was a side effect of my injuries, until one day she witnessed it herself. Backtracking to earlier in the same week, I had just picked up my 10-year-old and we were heading back home. About 6 miles from my freeway exit, I was just cruising along in the fast lane minding my own business, when out of nowhere, I catch a car at the last second going from the slow lane to the fast lane, 4-lane highway, in what I can imagine less than 2 seconds. A hard left turn, he nearly clipped my front bumper. I reacted quick enough to slam the brakes, hard left directly towards the median. 80 to 0 like that. Thankfully I was fairly distant from other cars in my lane, so that hard stop didn't affect anyone. Had we been in front of a rig, my wife would be writing this. My kid was in the backseat staring at her phone, as usual, and afterwards, looked up with an expression like did something just happen. I'm clamping the steering wheel in disbelief we didn't get injured. Whoever was in that other car I assume noticed his mistake pretty quick, as when we were getting back up to speed, he was pulled over on the shoulder. I just slowed down enough for him to see my face. Reality check for him, I hope. After telling my wife about this, she didn't quite believe me at first, but then later that week we are all heading to a party, and as we are coming to a stop in the turn lane, another car does the same thing. They cut into our lane like we weren't there. I looked at my wife and said, "Believe me now." Suddenly, she reacted like I've never known she had that capability. She jumped out of the car, ran up to the other car and started screaming at them. I was shocked, amazed and proud at the same time. I never got a chance to evaluate the perps myself, as the shouting didn't result in them getting out of their car. Wife told me it was a mother-daughter combo. She said their stunned reaction was enough to get her point across. Needless to say, when I tell her now about insane drivers, she believes me. 807 views. About the author.
Insane, yeah, just a lot of brain-dead drivers out here.
Article 5 of 148. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Why do people claim that conservatives are being blacklisted on Quora? Christian Winter, Senior Software Architect at Intech Engineering, 2016 present. Answered September 9, 2019. Author has 10.5k answers and 26.3 meters answer views. Why do people claim that conservatives are being blacklisted on Quora? Because they are suffering from the misconception that their freedom of speech gives them the right to say whatever they want, whenever they want and wherever they want without having to fear any form of consequences. When they then flood Quora with insulting, insincere or factually incorrect content and consequently get it collapsed or deleted, they assume it must be because they are conservatives, while in reality it's because they are acting like jerks. 9.2k views. View 1.3k upvoters.
JCT coming.
View sharers. About the author. Christian.
We got here 3908.
Teen present.
I do believe I've seen that.
Studied at Braunschweig University of Technology. Lives in Braunschweig, Germany.
Nope.
26.3 meters. Content views 708.7k this month.
That one on my list.
Active in 2 spaces. View 27 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login. Sign up with email. Article 6 of 148. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the best case of you just picked a fight with the wrong person that you've witnessed? Esther Zippot, high school teacher, 2009 present. Answered December 24, 2019. Upvoted by Andrew Require, PhD Neuroscience and Psychology, University of Nebraska at Omaha, 2019, and Anna Data, MPhil Clinical Psychology and Psychology, 2015. Dude, age 37, sexist as hell, has a theory that only very few women are smart. Very few. He could maybe count them on one hand. He, on the other hand, is the love child of Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein, high on NZT. We are at a party, all PhD students, the women's section seriously looked down on by this dude. He of course has to start an intellectual fight over something one of the girls is majoring in. He dies to prove that she has gray spots in her logic theory. Girl is super chill, dude makes very little sense actually. He is mostly arrogant. Finally, he names a study written by a female author, says girl should only talk with such confidence if she is as smart as that woman. Yeah, the author lady is one of the few super intelligent females he would be able to accept as a partner in all terms. Girl laughs and pulls out her laptop to show dude how the study is actually her own article. She wrote it. She is the super intelligent author lady. Laugh rumbles for minutes, dude leaves a contrail behind in his rush to get out, trying to act hurt. 104.7k views. View 10.1k upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Chris McDonnell. About the author. Esther Zippot. Animal lover, painter, houseplant enthusiast. Hi.
Alright, yeah, I'm not able to keep up every day on what's going on with Scotty. For me, all I care about is the trucking, the adventure kind of stuff, and music, and just interesting topics. Keep the drama out of it. What's the latest with them? Is he still looking for somebody to drive his truck, or is he going back on the road himself, or what? I still subscribe. I'm still a subscriber, and sometimes I do. Sometimes, when I'm not busy driving myself, I'm not busy doing other stuff. I'll get on YouTube and maybe see it. He's posted something new, but yeah, I'm not on his page every single day. Trucks coming the other way. Busy day with freight going westbound today, that's for sure. Got another Swift coming the other way. Dillon Expressway Incorporated. It's not a Prime trailer. It used to be a Prime trailer, no wonder. I saw that eco thing there on the side of the trailer. Usually I see that on Prime trailers. Like they bought it from Prime or something and took the trailer tails off. Trucks. Yeah, I'm all about just the trucking, the scenery. I'm definitely prefer to stay away from drama kind of guy myself. I don't need to air my dirty laundry with the rest of the world either. At the house for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Then I got back out on the road on the 26th. It was good. Anytime I get to spend time with family is good. I don't normally do. I don't celebrate special occasions usually. Like my birthday, I won't even let people know when it is. Now other people know when it is, but then. Now, when people post a bunch of shit on my Facebook saying happy birthday, whatever, I'll completely ignore it. I won't acknowledge any of it because, to me, it's just another day. It's I don't need one specific day set aside for people to say it, to try to treat me special in some way. And I don't need this those certain days to remind me to treat other people special too. people who are important to me 365 days a year. It's just a matter of getting in touch with them and staying in their lives or them staying in mine. So James, either it kind of made me curious there. Do you drink a lot of water or anything, or drink a lot of fluids before you go to bed, or do you have diabetes or anything like that? Because that is a symptom of diabetes, is or also a prostate problem, frequent urination. And then diabetics also tend to crave water. Is Corey on here? I think Corey might be able to do some. There are a couple of people here to Taco Bell and McDonald's a lot, so you're probably getting plenty of sodium. JCT coming. Got black Kenworth. I think it was 4310, but I didn't get a chance to look really hard because I was busy checking my right side mirrors to see when I was clear of the other guy. Scotty's still trying to stay local, looks like. Finally got the sun far enough back where I can put my visors back up. As always, John, it's all thanks you guys for coming on here and hanging out and watching, because it's one thing for me to be out here at all, and it's another people actually having an interest in watching what I have here. So there'd be no point in me streaming if there's no interest in watching. So right now I've got over a dozen people watching, and always good seeing you guys repeatedly coming back to watch. James, I wouldn't use the no insurance reason as an excuse to not go see a doctor. It might cost you a little bit more to at least get looked at, but if it's something potentially serious, you never know. Man, I doubt yours is serious, but stranger things happen. I'll give you an example of this. Okay, my mom was a nurse, an operating room nurse for many years, and one of my neighbors I grew up with, who was 2 years older than me and was in her mid-20s at the time, she had a persistent cough that wouldn't go away for like about a month or so. So the neighbor and her mom came over to my parents' place and asked my mom for, because I know my mom was a nurse, and asked her if she'd give, she had any thoughts on what could be going on there. And she said, there's a lot of cases where if you have a persistent cough that won't go away for a month, and aside from like asthma, it could be, well, you could have tumors in your chest area. Like something pushing on the lung could cause the lung to spasm, cough, whatever, as a reaction to whatever's touching it. Come on, get your speed up. Come on, hit your damn gas pedal. And I got this clown here lollygagging their way around me. That's why you hit your damn gas pedal. Smash that thing. Don't get on the freeway at half-ass chicken shit speed. My mom told her you should just go to the ER because they said they have to at least look at you. Even if you don't have insurance, at least get looked at, and then they'll tell you if they can do anything about it, or if it's anything that requires further attention or whatever. So, my mom, they took my mom's advice, went over to the local ER. ER took a look at her, and I guess had reason to believe she had a tumor in her chest. So they told her that's about the extent we can do. But they said if you have basically a tumor in your chest and you don't have insurance, and you need to get over to Loma Linda ASAP. I go right now, straight from here to there, and get looked at. And they went down to Loma Linda, and she eventually finds out that she had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. It's a form of a lymph node cancer, and it was an aggressive one too. Well, they ended up putting her through chemotherapy and radiation treatments. There's a Swift coming the other way, by the way. And mind you, all this was with her not having any insurance. Then, well, she ends up, they ended up doing the chemo and radiation treatments for her, and she ended up going into remission for a couple of years, and then a couple of years later, after that couple of years of remission, it came back worse, and and more resistant to the drugs they were giving her. So it ended up killing her about a month before I found the lumps that I found in my neck that turned out to be Hodgkin's lymphoma. So don't mess around with your health, and don't use lack of insurance as a reason to not get looked at. Now, if you have any concerns, definitely at least go to an ER and get looked at. It's not an ideal use of an ER, but way to use an ER, but if you don't have insurance, you got to do something. Nice front end of your car. What the hell happened to it? James, I don't know if you're a large guy or a small guy or whatever, if there's a possibility of you having diabetes, maybe type 2 diabetes perhaps, or I don't know, maybe even you were born with, maybe you're type 1, who knows. But yeah, I would wonder either that or prostate, but I know you're a younger guy. I kind of doubt that you'd be having prostate issues at your age, but you never know. It's more rare to have prostate issues at your age, but it doesn't mean that they don't happen. I figured he's gaining speed from after slowing down for the hill. So he may outrun me here in a second, but everything I've seen so far makes me think he's going to stay back a little bit. I need to stay in this lane for a bit until I get past the two vehicles where the four-way's on. Possibly. Nah. Don't think I'm gaining on him that fast, so. Which makes me wonder why they have the four-ways on in the first place. If they're not going that much slower than the rest of traffic, they don't need to have the four-ways on. JBG Travels, he's always in Wisconsin too, isn't he? Yeah, I know he seems to always be more of a regional driver. The times I watch, the occasions I watch, I see him posting stuff, and so often he's in Wisconsin. This other truck that I had passed going up the hill is passing me back up now. Western Sky, Cubre, New Mexico. Don't take too long to get around me, damn it. Now I gotta slow down for your ass. And wait on the car behind you and the truck behind me that I'd already passed is gaining on me because of all this. Come on, dude. Okay, these guys are doing 62. They don't really need to have their four-ways on. I don't know why they have them on. That's not slow enough to warrant having them on. Usually if you're doing, you don't put them on unless you're doing at least about 20 to 25 miles an hour less than the posted speed limit. So we're in a 75 zone. Really, actually 45 is about the speed that I start to use my four-ways most of the time. I know he's busy driving also. He's on a load going to Florida from Pottsville, Arkansas. I was talking to him earlier this morning. Probably outrun me in a second. Then the speed limit's going to drop to 65 when we get down here closer to the bottom of the hill. Miles from Interstate 25. Just past the Loves on the far west end of Albuquerque. Guy's staying back long enough for me to at least get back over. That's cool. I suspect it's only for controlling the speed down the hill though. fun experience to go through. Well, I tolerated the radiation treatment really well, but chemo, now it started out, it didn't bother me at all, the first couple of treatments, but as I went through the cycles, got progressively worse. I was always having to give myself shots every day for a week after every treatment to keep my white blood cell count up. And I didn't get red blood cell anemic until my very last treatment, which was nice to see. So I didn't have much for problems with fatigue, thankfully, because of that. Swift coming the other way. Man, them bastards are out in force today, aren't they? Normally it's a runaway with JCT trucks. But I haven't seen not even half of the number of JCT trucks I'd normally be seeing here. I'm barely going to creep past the other traffic and block the lane, so even though I'm doing a speed limit plus a couple. It's nice. Actually got two purple trucks over here, the Peterbilt dealer. The newer one, the 579, looks pretty nice. Dark chocolate is good for you, but God, does it taste like shit for me. I don't like eating dark chocolate. It's kind of nasty. I don't like white chocolate either. It has to be milk chocolate for me. Milk chocolate or nothing at all. You didn't see my turn signal, dumb shit, did you? Not like I had it on before you even started to come over there. A Pontiac 5 over on the right. He was hiding behind me and then moved over into the lane to the right at the same time I was trying to move over there. I already had my turn signal on before he even came out from behind me. Yeah, that's a great way to have an accident with a truck, and you will lose that legal battle too. You will be the at-fault driver. If I can't see you there because you're following too closely, then it doesn't matter. I looked in my mirrors, and I was actually staring in my mirrors the entire time, and too bad. So I always say, and you'd be surprised at how far behind us you really have to be to be absolutely certain that we can see you. Best rule of thumb is if you're anything less than a truck distance away, like if you can't fit the length of a truck between yourself and us, you're too close. Back it off. Car length behind, like say what I'm at right now from this truck in front of me, that'd be too close if I was in his lane. Way too close. might be able to see me because I'm wider, but remember, trucks are 8.5 feet wide. Most cars are maybe 6 feet wide. So even with your mirrors sticking out past the sides of your car, you're still narrower than our trucks are, and the angle between our mirrors and the corner of our trailer, you have to actually be a distance back there behind us before we can actually see it. This guy doesn't remember the concept to stay on the high side of the curve. See how his trailer was kind of encroaching in my lane? That's why we stay on the high side of curves when we're in the truck. Because the trailer off tracks. You keep your trailer in your own lane. You don't need to be bringing your trailer into my lane. At interchanges like this is really high alert for people just suddenly shifting lanes because they figure out they're on the wrong side or whatever, or they're trying to get over to the side they already want to get to. So I was staying alert for the guys on my right side, even though they all look like they were getting onto I-25. Doesn't mean they all want to there. There's a JCT right there. Getting on the interchange there to that 25. It's interesting seeing everybody's over the right side, which if this were California, that'd be a cold day in hell before you see that. Boulevard. Chrissy and I think Chrissy Strong. Purple ribbon, I think is what it is. I think that's like a purple ribbon like that is what they use for Hodgkin's lymphoma too. I'm not sure if that's what that ribbon is for or if it's for something else. maybe she accidentally blocked you or something. Because I have seen that happen. Getting off here, isn't he? Yep. You guys are so predictable. Exit 167, Tramway Boulevard, Highway 556, 1 mile. Yeah, so Tara was saying something about too late in the day. It's basically the balloons usually fly early in the morning. It's about 11:30 in the morning local time here, and it's too late in the morning to be flying a balloon. They usually like to fly in the early morning. I used to see balloons flying all the time when I lived in Riverside County. In fact, somebody I know was just posting that they were at some other balloon festival, and not here in Albuquerque, it was, where was it? I want to say it was in Arizona. Forget what town, but yeah, I want to say it was Arizona. I saw I think they had checked in at it, whatever, earlier. And there's usually a balloon festival over in Temecula. There's a Swift coming the other way. This guy's going to be a traffic conflict, so once this car gets by, move it over. I think it's Netflix. I forget what it's called. Started watching it, but I fell asleep, and I need to get back. I need to watch it again. It's basically about I think they were testing how high they could. There's another Swift coming. They were testing how high they can make a hot air balloon fly. There's a Swift flatbed there. I'll find out. I'll look it up later, unless you guys refresh my memory on it. But what parts of the movie I did get to watch were pretty interesting. I need to watch the entire movie. It's really broken up on me being in bed trying to sleep, or actually sleeping when it was playing. landing anyway. That guy needed to move over regardless to pass the other guy. Funny seeing that, Tara saying that when you live in, what is it, Vermont? Probably get a ton of it there, don't you? SUV next to me gets out of the way, I'm moving over. Well, I've got another one coming, but not in too big a hurry, still got a mile to go. Plenty of space behind this car here. Oh, that's right, Massachusetts. I forgot about that. State trooper going westbound. And 8 freight carriers. Shift in the 9th gear, but I'm still holding 65 miles an hour. 10th gear wasn't going to hold it. Trooper going westbound. Yellow truck coming the other way. Quest Logistics. Pushing too hard up this hill because the load's not that heavy, so probably won't hear the fan kicking on and off too as often as it might with the heavier load. Degrees here now. It's not going to be a very warm day, but at least it's sunny. The hell's just in time got his 4-ways on for? Thought he turned them off. Exit 178, Zuzax. Or if you say it the Spanish way, it's Susax. off a little bit so I don't cut this car off to get around them. Not nice to make a truck slow down on an uphill grade because you don't want to get by faster. You guys driving with gloves on. Always get a kick out of that. You guys know how that road got its name? Subs will come with time. I'm not in a big hurry. If I get a surge in people like I did, a couple weeks ago, then yeah, it might come up pretty fast, but not too worried. As long as the sub count stays steady or goes up, it's all good. Sub count starts going down, and I'd have to start wondering if I'm not putting out interesting enough content for people to want to watch. Purple one here, something cargo. Yeah, that's exactly it, Tara. It's now there's a hot spring there off that road, and they wanted the name of the hot spring to be the very last word in the alphabet in the dictionary, or whatever. So they made up. There's another purple one on the shoulder over there. There's a yellow car hauler. That's a speaker company. Basically, so that's how the road got its name. Exactly what Tara was talking about. They wanted a name that was going to be at the very end of the alphabet of the dictionary. They came up with that. And there's actually a song from Stone Sour of the same name. Let's see if you guys are familiar with that song, or why that song was given that name. Back to 70 zone to go. Or actually 75. Okay, I have the song. I'm going to go and put it on. Get you familiar with it. It's a good song. I like listening to it. No traffic around me. Okay, here's Isaac's Road from Stone Sour. I'll play the song first, and then I'll talk about the meaning of this. You'll probably figure out, you might get some ideas on why it's called that from listening.
Don't know how else to put this. It's taken me so long to do this. I'm falling asleep and I see
Whoever that is.
body's curled in a U shape. My best, but I'm still afraid. Propped up by lies and promises, saving my place as life forgets. Maybe it's time I saw the world. I'm only here for a while, but patience is not my style, and I'm so tired that I gotta go. What am I supposed to add now? What am I supposed to do? Did you really think I wouldn't see this through? Tell me I should stick around for you. Tell me I could have it all. I'm still too tired to care and I gotta go. I don't really mind if I just fade away. I'm ready to live with my family. I'm ready to die in obscurity, 'cause I'm so tired that I gotta go. Oh, what am I supposed to want now? What am I supposed to do? 'Cause I don't think I'm gonna see this through. Tell me I'm a part of history. Tell me I can have it all. I'm still too tired to care and I gotta go.
Good song, right? Yeah, like Carl was saying, the good guitar riff there. So, did you guys get the idea of what that song is about? If you're assuming you're able to JCT coming. Look at 4226, I think. Swift. So that song, now I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Stone Sour, the group anyway, but Stone Sour, the singer is Corey Taylor, who's also the lead singer for Slipknot. I tend to be, I like both groups, but I'm a much bigger fan of Stone Sour than I am of Slipknot, at least the music-wise, so I don't tend to get all into personal, who everybody is necessarily, but that song there, why he called it Isaac's Road is because there was like his, in a way, it was his lyrical suicide. He was actually thinking about killing himself, and it was actually a letter that he wrote to his wife. Yeah, I guess while he was out on tour and he was thinking about giving up on life, and I was seriously on the edge of taking his own life, and decided to write the song to his wife, and I guess he ended up deciding not to follow through with his suicidal thoughts, thankfully. So that's what that song's about, and of course that song was meant to be like his swan song, or his end. So that's the end of the dictionary in a way. So that's why he named the song Isaac's Road. Getting into the west end of Moriarty now. And I think I see a Swift coming the other way. Yes, it is. These guys need to get off the damn road. So taking the Texans and Chiefs game is at 12, well, I guess it's Mountain Time or Central, or either Mountain or Pacific, because it's already about 1 o'clock Central Time. By the TA in Moriarty now. Hard to see back there, but I don't see anything of interest yet. Is that a JCT coming the other way? Yes, it is. Black Peterbilt. Looks like 3209. friend of, used to drive. I was friends with a guy, but he was too much of a bullshitter. And I don't... No, wait. No, it's... Yeah, it is the same one. Yeah, it is a different guy driving it, though, from when I was... Because I was told the guy I knew no longer drives for us, and I don't do bullshitters. Don't tell me bullshit stories and try to pass it off as true. I have zero respect for people who do that. Don't ever fucking tell me bullshit stories that you aren't obviously going to tell me right up front that you're joking around about. Yeah, I can understand. I can get bullshitting. I can tolerate bullshitting and even laugh if you tell me, that afterward you're just messing around. Yeah, now you didn't mean a damn thing about it. But when you try to tell me bullshit stories and seriously want me to believe you're bullshit, no, I don't want you. I don't want that kind of people in my life. I don't want you telling me anything. Don't know why people even do that. Just live your life realistically and be honest about who you are to other people. Because I tell you what, you won't get an ounce of respect from me if I find out you're a bullshitter. The story behind that, though, this guy, he was a mutual friend of somebody I know who actually, there's a woman I talked to who used to drive for Sierra England she and her husband had like 3 different trucks that they ran. They're their own trucks, and they used to contract with Sierra England. And when I was first going to get my CDL, actually, before I even started CDL school, because I was thinking about Sierra England, and I knew all the bad things that people had to say about Sierra England, but I wanted to hear what people who actually had good things to say about them thought, and why they had good things to say. I wanted to get objective views, not just people who probably had something against the company for whatever personal reason, and just would rather point the finger at someone else even though they're the reason for their problem. So I ended up becoming friends with this woman, and because I had seen that she was actually defending Sierra England in the Truckers Wall of Shame group before I even got my CDL, and so I PM'd her and started asking her questions about England. I was telling her I'm interested in going to CDL school and I'm thinking about Sierra England, but I hear nothing but bad things. But I see you saying good things, and you're exactly the kind of person I wanted to get input from. Mile marker 200, yeah. Anyway, long story short, I ended up going to Sierra England to get my CDL. I got no regrets at all about it, even though there were some rough spots there. It was a great experience overall, though. But anyway, after I had already come to JCT, she had told me that someone else she knows was also driving for JCT. And she told me the guy's name, and so I ended up talking to him. We became friends. Well, then there was one particular occasion where I was going up Interstate 81 in Virginia, and it was going to shut down in Whitfield, or Whiteville, however you want to pronounce it. And usually people pronounce it Whitfield. And it turned out he was going to end his day in the same place. He was, I think he was going more toward the D.C. area, and I was going up to, I want to say Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Anyway, I ended up meeting up with him in Whitfield, And we met up at the Flying J there, and I ended up, or one of the Flying J's, I should say, and ended up meeting up at having dinner at Denny's together. Okay, and then and of course I just chit chat, whatever. I talked about I was retired military, and then he starts telling me stuff about how he was military too. And so I got to asking him on that. What'd you do? Because he said he was on the he said he was Air Force 2 actually. And I go, what'd you do? He goes, I was a pilot. Oh, okay. Well, first thing is, if you were a pilot on Air Force aircraft, why are you not still a pilot professionally? Because the vast majority of that's the first clue there's something maybe not right there. And then I asked him, what kind of aircraft did you fly? And then he goes, Apaches and Tomcats, or something like that. I said, oh, not in the Air Force. Not in the Air Force, you didn't. I was like, yeah, I did. No. You did not fly Tomcats and Apaches in the Air Force. Trust me. I'm a retired Air Force aircraft mechanic, and I know my way around the aviation side of the Air Force. The flying and the maintenance side of the Air Force very well. So don't try to bullshit with me on that kind of a subject. Especially don't try to tell me you served in the military when you really didn't. You'll really piss me off then. It's an AH-64. Means rotary wing aircraft. Okay, now Tomcats. That is an F-14. That is a Navy aircraft that retired from service in the 1990s, if I remember right. So you're telling me you flew a helicopter from that belongs to the Army and a tactical aircraft that belongs to the Navy, neither of which the Air Force has anything to do with. And then he said that he was down in Del Rio, Texas. He couldn't even tell me the name of the base. Okay, yes, there is an Air Force base down in Del Rio. It's called Laughlin Air Force Base. If I remember right, that's the base that's down there. However, sorry, you're not gonna sell me on any bullshit story that you flew rotary wing aircraft belonging to one branch and a tactical fixed wing aircraft in another branch when you're in the third branch. And here's how it works. Air Force pilots, they have everybody in the Air Force, their career field, you have what's called an AFSC, Air Force Specialty Code. It's basically the Air Force version of an MOS, or Military Occupational Specialty. Alright, so okay, so Air Force AFSCs. Now there's another JCT coming. Blue Freightliner. Alright, passing by the rest area now between Moriarty and Santa Rosa. sure what part buffered, so I'm not sure what part to retell. What was the last thing you heard? Might help me out. Okay, about AFSC now. Okay, AFSCs, they're... Okay, the first, it's a 5-character code. It's an alphanumeric. So the first character is always a number. And then the second character is always a letter. And then the last 3 are usually always numbers. There's a purple prime. Like a contractor pulling a prime trailer. Okay, so the AFSCs, they break down, they're like a tree structure in a way. So it's just like languages or family trees or anything else. They have a start and then they branch out. So anything that starts with an AFSC, the first character, if it's a 1, that means they're in an operations kind of career field. So that means they are either a pilot, navigator, flight engineer, some kind of flight crew member. It could be a gunner, or it could be like my cousin was on helicopters, or it could be somebody who works at the back of an aircraft, like a loadmaster, or maybe a battle staff member works on the back of command and control or electronic warfare type of airplane or something. Anything that's flying, and it actually involves flying the aircraft itself or flying in the aircraft is your job. Your AFSC is going to start with the number 1. Another AFSC that starts with number 1 is Intel. Okay, and then AFSCs that start with 2 are always maintenance kind of AFSCs. So like mine, I was an aircraft mechanic. So my AFSC started with the number 2. And so mine was a 2 Alpha 571. And then they kind of split my AFSC into 2A57X, and then or actually 2A5X1 and 2A5X4. With the X, I'll get into that in a minute. That's basically the skill level. But okay, for 5X1 means I was a heavy airlift mechanic. So I worked on heavy cargo aircraft basically, and then it used to be that tankers and bombers were also part of that same AFSC. But then someone came up with a really stupid idea to split tankers and bombers off into a separate AFSC that didn't even exist before because of their nuclear mission. And because at the time I was in a position slotted for a KC-135 tanker aircraft, they changed my AFSC, which was really stupid. But anyway, that's sidebarring a bit much there anyway. I want to go specifically with this story that I was already on. Now AFSCs, I don't know the exact AFSCs for pilots. I know they're like it's probably like 1 Alpha something. Like 1 Alpha 1 whatever, 1 Alpha 131, or I don't even remember. There's a Swift coming the other way. But they have different AFSCs for what kind of pilot you are. So let's say they shred out the same way that aircraft mechanic AFSCs shred out. So you'll have one AFSC for heavy aircraft pilots. You'll have another AFSC for tactical aircraft pilots, and you'll have another. And there's a criteria that have to be met to even be able to do that. You can't just jump back and forth from one to the other. So, not to mention, why the hell would you be freaking driving a truck for a living if you have a pilot's license? And you can probably pass the physical to fly an airplane. So you can't tell me it's because of physical problems. Because if you can't fly an airplane, you probably can't drive a truck either. So anyway, anyway, that was the last time I had had contact with the guy. I unfriended him and all that. I kind of ended the conversation. Instead of calling him out and being confrontational, I said, you know what, I had to go back to my truck and get some sleep. I'll tell you. I kind of ended the conversation there, and then not too much later, I unfriended him. And don't care to ever see him again. I cannot stand people like that. Don't ever fucking tell me that you served in the military when you didn't. You're not going to lose respect for me for just because you didn't actually serve in the military. You're not going to lose respect for me just because you don't have a lot of stories, they're interesting stories to tell about your life. You'll get a lot of respect from me by just being completely honest about who you are. And hey, it doesn't matter if you have a very, it doesn't matter if you have a lot or if only a few stories worth telling. So what? Just be a decent, honest person. That's how you'll get my respect. Or at least be funny or something, and then make it obvious that you're just saying bullshit just to be funny and nothing else, and you don't expect me to take it seriously. There was another guy who drives for us to this day still, at least as far as I know. That's another one I don't like to associate with, and I won't do swaps with him because he had the gall to tell me that he was he said he was a Black Hawk pilot, which I doubt, and now they do have Black Hawks at the Army base that he claimed to be based at, which is in his home area. But the story he was telling me about when basically he got deployed to New York City for when 9/11 happened. Okay, I can kind of believe that one. Humanitarian missions, because we sent aircraft from our own base to New York to send OES and FEMA crews out there for humanitarian support. So I can kind of believe that one. But then he tried to tell me some bullshit story about how his unit deployed straight from there to the sandbox, and he was non-specific about where exactly where in the sandbox he was talking about. JCT coming the other way. Blue Freightliner 3862 Alpha. Anyway, he tried to say that they had gotten sent over straight from New York City on Navy ships, and I was like, bullshit. You're not going to get sent. You're not going to get Army helicopters sent to the Middle East in a freaking in a Navy ship. I used to work on heavy Air Force aircraft. Trust me, I know what goes in my airplanes. I've seen Black Hawk helicopters getting put in airplanes as small as the C-130, which I used to work on. So don't freaking tell me that your helicopter is going to get sent on a 2 or 3 week journey on a freaking Navy ship that doesn't even have room for your damn airplanes. I mean helicopters, because they only have enough room for their own. When that's not how rapid deployments work. Rapid deployments work by you freaking putting your helicopters inside our airplanes and we fly over. Hard. That's okay. Diamond. So it was one of those. Maybe it's true. It's not a big deal. It's half everybody in the Army probably has one, or at least anybody in a remotely combat career field. But then he tried to tell me he also got a Medal of Honor, and that he was the only, that he was a captain, and that he's the only living. I could be pretty bad with as polite as I can and not don't escalate a situation that doesn't need to be escalated. So I was, you know, I kind of ended the conversation early, and then I'm sure as hell will not do a swap with him again. Downhill here. Gotta use my jake brakes to keep myself from going too fast. Alright, just over 50 miles out, I think. 4 left on my clock. And about 150 out from Russell, so. And I'm still feeling fun up. Come on over, Amazon. There's a truck on the right shoulder. Come on over, Amazon. There's got someone on the right shoulder. Updates from you guys on what's going on with the game until I get, you know, I'll probably not be able to watch the first half of the game, and maybe once I'm shut down, I can maybe watch the second half of the game. Because I assume that's about how much I'll miss, or maybe a little more than that. Might even still push all the way to Vega if I have the time to work with. The hour that I'll be there, I'm not sure I'd have too much difficulty finding a spot that won't be so bad. Or, you know, maybe finding a spot that won't be a bit of a higher risk of getting hit by somebody. Between Swift, Sky, and RTI, sometimes these trucks are hard to tell apart from when I was approaching from the other way. Like that one there was a Sky truck, but a lot of RTI trucks have a very similar color to them, and the logo is the same color, and then so is the same issue with Swift trucks. When did you serve? Because I know two guys I served with who were snipers in the Marine Corps before they came to the Air Force. One of them was a Vietnam vet, and the other one was more, let's see, when did he get in? I think he might have been a Gulf War vet. But yeah, he and I were still serving together when I retired. Okay. Yeah, no, the first one that I used to work with, he was actually a drill sergeant in the Marine Corps also. at one point in time. I don't remember what years he was there as a drill sergeant, but it'd be kind of funny if you actually knew him. And there's another funny story with that one there. Okay, the guy's name is Robert Miller, or we always call him Bob Miller. And he's the one who was the Vietnam era sniper. And I want to say he was a drill sergeant in the 70s, but I don't remember exactly when. But and he was at Camp Pendleton, or actually, I think it ended up not in Camp Pendleton. I think MCRD San Diego. When yeah, I don't think he was DIing at Paris Island. I think he was at MCRD San Diego. Oh yeah, I know he was, because one of the traditional reservists who worked with us. Now Bob and I were both full timers. One of the TRs who worked with us, his name was Marty. It turned out he was a former Marine also, and he had he went through boot camp at MCRD San Diego, and it turned out Bob was his drill instructor. Staff Sergeant Alessandro, I think is what it says, and then Gunnery Sergeant Alpin. I knew a guy from Barstow whose last name was Halpin, but I don't think he ever served in the military. Mountain River Trucking, Mount Airy, North Carolina. Exit 230. And I guess for snipers, once you finish sniper school, you get I guess there's some special badge you earn, or a ribbon or something like that for it, right? I think a special duty badge or whatever is. Because this is how the other guy I knew who was a sniper, that's how he knew that the first guy was actually a sniper. Because when we do our blues inspections, the first one, he was a sniper. When he'd wear his blues, he'd wear his whatever that sniper insignia was. Yeah, and so the other guy, Ken, had asked him, there was some kind of you something around, and I guess there was like sniper code talk for you're a sniper. And then Bob had acknowledged, yeah, I was. And so they got to having a good chit chat on that. Now in Air Force Reserve, we had a whole bunch of people who were prior service with all the other branches. Knew a bunch of people who were prior service, Marine Corps and Army, and then even a handful who were Navy also. And yeah, I think I remember one or two like introducing themselves in our commander's call, saying that they had come from the Coast Guard. But by and large, a lot of them were like Marine Corps or Army. And I know a lot of the Marines who had come over had done so because I guess they didn't have any job security in the Marine Corps. Like they had done their 4-year or whatever tours, and what was it? And I guess they were downside. They were having rifts and stuff. So when people were up for re-enlistment, they didn't have jobs reserved for them. So they got forced out honorably. So, but they weren't able to stay in because their positions weren't retained. So a lot of them would, when that happened, they'd come over to with the Air Force or Air Force Reserve. So yeah, it's my unit. There were there were a huge number of people in my unit who were prior service other branches. So that's good information for any of you guys if you're if you have any kind of a military background. If you're not in, let's say if you were in are or were in or going to be in a certain branch, yes, it is possible to switch branches at some point in time. Pistachio Land, see the world's largest, US 54 South. Alamogordo, that's a pretty good distance down 54. That's going down toward El Paso. Still plenty of westbound truck activity.
Article 8 of 148.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Now Swift coming the other way. Yeah, because he had that badge. I think it was that same one you're talking about there. If I remember, over his Air Force occupational badge. Play. Don't be a tease. Okay, so how was I gaining on this guy in front of me and all of a sudden now I'm not? Maybe he slowed down for CFI and it sped back up. I don't know. I gotta keep my eye on this guy here now because of that. Another Swift coming, or no, it's RTI. See what I mean? This one looks like it could be a Swift, but it's actually RTI. What kind of score do you have to shoot on? I assume you have to shoot M16 a certain score to qualify for sniper. Just kind of curious if I could have possibly qualified for it, because I had some. Now, when I first got in the Air Force, I didn't score that high. I scored high enough to pass, but that was about it. Yeah, because when we did it, when it first started, it was 40 shots that you qualified on, and what was it 10 standing, 10 kneeling, 10 prone unsupported, and then 10 prone supported. And you had to shoot. You had to, I think, score at least a 15 to pass on the. To at least pass on the Air Force test, or at least for my career field. if you were, like a weapons courier or a security forces person, you had to score higher. Perfect qualification. Wow. So you had to get every single shot right? That's pretty good. Yeah, so I only scored a 22 the first when I was in basic training out of 40, which wasn't that good. And part of that, a lot of it had to do with not good technique and not following the fundamentals that they teach. But when I got to March, because I did my whole Air Force, my active duty career, and I think I only shot the M16 one or two more times while I was active duty, and I think I'd gotten into the 30s, but still wasn't anything spectacular. Then when I got to March, Air Force Base, I was a reservist, a full-time reservist. Every time I shoot it there, I did really well. And they actually made it 50 shots. So the same 40 that I had done before, but then they'd also do 10 shots prone. What was it? I can't remember. I want to say unsupported with a gas mask on. And my best score was a 47. And I'd always shoot at least 43 to 47. And the minimum for me to get expert marksman was 43. So I started getting expert marksman every single time then, finally, and it really took actually listening, actually having a better firearms instructor there and teaching a lot more about the breathing techniques and stuff like that. And I knew some of the stuff already, but the breathing techniques, I think, they helped me a lot. Meter, 300 meter, and 500 meter. All three positions at 200 and 300. 10 rounds prone at 500. Interesting. Yeah, that's not easy to do either. I bet not many people that you worked with, who you served with, whatever, could qualify for that. This guy's right on the edge of what I can do to get around him. I'm not even going to bother. Maybe when we get over the hill here on the other side of this Phillips 66 station, maybe he'll... I dropped my cruise control back a couple of miles an hour. Swift going the other way. See what happens. Maybe get a little more space in here. So I'm not going to sit here and spend 5 minutes trying to get around him. Iron sights is how I like to shoot too. Like I took my SKS out with a friend to a shooting range. I let him try to shoot some rounds with it, and then I was shooting it. We were shooting. He had some old barbell weights that he had placed about 300 yards out from where we were shooting from, and we were using it as our target. And I was actually plinking it with iron sights for my SKS, and a lot of people who know SKSs will tell you that they're not the most accurate guns in the world. I was always very, very close to actually hitting it every time. There was a white day cab Swift that had gone by not too long ago. There was a blue one earlier that was actually RTI and not Swift. Rizzo. See what Mr. Rizzo Dog Trucker's doing. I'm gonna shit on your truck. Purple truck going the other way. Prime's getting a lot of purple trucks going now, aren't they? I've been noticing a lot of purple trucks pulling Prime trailers. Oh yeah, in California too. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I was in the shop yesterday. I was trying to milk my batteries until I was going to be home for my. I was getting my PM and any deferred maintenance done in about a week and a half from now, and I'm still going to do the PM then, but yeah, my batteries just weren't going to hold up. Because I picked up my load and then got it to the house and then did a 10 at the house, and while I was home, I had my APU running, hoping that it would keep my batteries charged enough. I get back to the truck and oh man, I was so lucky to even get that thing to start. I had to have that starter turning for a good 10, 15 seconds easily before it finally got the engine cranked up. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I can't keep playing around with this, and I'm not going to keep running idle in my truck. And I was in a good, I was on a load where I needed to plan on 3 10-hour breaks anyway, and Kingman was far enough down the road where I could do three not even that difficult shifts the rest of the way. And Murfreesboro. So yeah, I got off the road early and got the batteries replaced, and then my trailer had a few things that needed to get worked on too. The tandem slide valve was leaking, brake light was in op, and then the mud flap was hanging by only one bolt. So got all that work done. Yeah, yeah. How's the traffic? Yeah. I remember that when I went through Hartford, it was even in the middle of the night. And I got a little slow there because of they had a lane, I think one or two lanes closed for construction. Ah, okay. Ah. So JCT, I'm live trying to tell the other guys real quick. JCT going the other way. I was busy looking at the rest area though. All right. Anyways, you're saying. Yeah, you were going. Yeah, You got 56 miles to go, and how far into Maine do you have to go? Uh, okay. All right. Swift. Gesundheit. Yeah, they're still alive, but I didn't. Are they still performing? Interesting. Oh, nope. See, I started my day early, about not even 2 a.m. And yeah, my minimum. I've done 573 today so far, and my minimum was my ideal was to get to at least Santa Rosa, but I might press on and get all the way to Russell's. Yeah. And debating either because I'm also thinking maybe if I can get there, the pilot in Vega, though I don't like to stay there. What was that TA? No, yeah, because I got 228 on my clock, and yeah, which I don't do. Yeah, I'm at the 255 now, so I got it's at 120 more miles of New Mexico to do, and then it's 70 what 75 or so miles into Texas to get the truck stops in Amarillo, or at least the good truck stops. So yeah, I can't cover that distance in that time. Yeah, yeah, and you're talking from the Petro though. Yeah, which makes sense because the Petro's almost 20 miles past TA, and yeah, I'm pretty sure I can reach Vega. The problem is, like you're saying, uh, why would I want to stop there? It's a good way. Yeah, it's a shithole, and it's a good way to get your truck hit by some idiot who doesn't know how to park. Yeah, my only reason I was thinking about even stopping there is because yeah, I'm either want to, I might shower on this current 10-hour break, or I'll wait till the next 10-hour break, and so I'm looking ahead. Either like next shift, I can either stop in. If I stop in Santa Rosa, then I can end my next shift in what the hell's that town that in Oklahoma, on the far east end of Oklahoma with the pilot? It starts with an R. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not far from the Arkansas border. I know it starts with an R. I always forget the name of that damn town. So if I stop Santa Rosa today, then I can stop there tomorrow and get a shower. Or if I get to Russell's today, then, or actually, if I stop in Santa Rosa, I can shower tonight. Then I can make up pick whatever I want to do tomorrow for stopping. Then, or if I do Russell's today, then I can get to at least maybe Flying J in Russellville tomorrow, and then shower there. Uh-huh. Yeah. I was kind of getting the same way earlier this morning when I was right around the Arizona New Mexico border, and I was already planning. I'm going to stop at the Flying J in Jamestown. That way, I can do my 30, actually take a nap there, and then get fuel on the way out too. And I only have to make that one stop because my goal from there was to get to at least Sayre, if not Oklahoma City, before I get fuel again. And then I can max out my tanks there where it's cheaper. Yeah. Damn. Oh, that sucks. Man, that's a good price too. Oh yeah, and that thing chased you all the way over to where you're at now, didn't it? Well, I got Tara on my stream, and she lives in Massachusetts. From what it sounded like, it's actually not half bad at all over there. Damn, 71 degrees in Hartford. That's crazy. It's funny, yeah, because when I was at home a couple weeks ago, whatever, and we were actually getting snowed on, and I remember she was talking about how it was, I think like 71 degrees or whatever the hell it was over there, 60s and 70s, or no, I think someone else I know who lives in the Baltimore, Washington area. I think that's who it was telling me that. Aha. Carl Green reminded me what town it was. It's Roland, Oklahoma. Uh, so what part of Wisconsin is that other load going to? Ah, okay. Interesting. Contract with. You said you got a contract with somebody? It's not Taylor Farms, I assume. It's maybe someone else. Ah, okay. Ah, what, bug inside your truck? I hate when that happens. You have any idea what kind it is? Oh, okay. He might not have lived there before, but he does now. Probably picked him up in like New York or Pennsylvania or something. Oop, Roadstar Trucking getting lit up. Battery's in the way of the trooper trying to get past him. And he's camping out next to another truck. Yeah, interesting. Trying to see if he's going to get pulled over or if, man, he's still not out of the way of that damn cop. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, I just saw another trooper going down the road with his lights on, so maybe they're on their way to a call and the other truck's just in the way. Oh, I forgot that ESPN is over there. And I've only been through that. I've only been through that area one time. A friend of mine's up that way all the time because he lives in Pennsylvania and he only does regional freight. Yeah, yeah. And he used to pull. Yeah, he sometimes pulls double 53s in that area too. Yes. Yeah. Not too many states you can do that in, but apparently New York State allows it. And yeah, yeah. Damn. That's that's hard to believe. But then that weather can turn in a heartbeat. Because I remember when I was kind of new to March Air Force Base, they sent me to McGuire Air Force Base to get training on the C-141. And I remember when I first got there, it was like I think it was mid to upper 60s in Philadelphia and all that when I got there. Swift coming the other way. And so I'm like, all right, this is good weather. I won't, and of course I live in Southern Cal. The worst I ever need in my weather is maybe a parka jacket and nothing really super warm. So I get up there and it's like I'm seeing it's like in the 60s. I'm like, oh shit, I'll be good. Yeah, but I was there for 3 weeks or well, oh no, I think it was 4 weeks actually, and man, it didn't even go half a week before the weather turned south, and the best temp I ever saw the rest of the time there was like 40 degrees, and then when I get out there on the fight line in the earlier part of the day, it'd be like 7 degrees. And I was like, yeah, I was so not equipped for that. So yeah, Well, yeah, and then I was looking at the weather radar earlier across the entire U.S., and I was seeing that main storm. Yeah, and I had seen that. Well, I think the southern end of it was down by Tallahassee, and then it was starting to curl out to where it was already about to touch the ocean, over in Georgia, like maybe going through like Savannah and Charleston and all that. And but then the bigger stuff was, I think, already about to get out to sea on the up there in the area you're in. 'Cause that sounds kind of kinky. I can't tell because the little pop up thing from you calling me is in the way. But I did have as many as 16 on earlier, and then when I think before you called, it was like, I don't know, like 8 or 9 watching or so. Maybe someone watching can tell me how many are online right now. 'Cause I can see where the new messages, but I just can't see the part where it shows how many are online. Yes, it's quite a few regulars actually. Okay, Carl says 15 online right now. Actually, that looks like 16 now. Okay, Andy wants to know how many people farted today. I know at least one did, my daughter, because my wife's on right now, but my wife and daughter were both on watching earlier, and and Chloe was just laughing up a storm about how she was farting and stinking up the room. Nah, Chloe, my daughter. Yo, what's in 9 miles? Ah, okay. All these sky trucking and RTI trucks really wreak havoc on me when we're playing the JCT versus Swift game. Because from afar, when they're coming at me, they all look the same. They all look like the blue Swift trucks. Until they start getting a little bit closer, then I realize that it's a Sky truck or an RTI truck. Like, I don't even remember seeing Sky very much until more recently. I'm like, where the hell did they come from? I see them more so in California because I remember I talked to an RTI guy because they used to only do dry van freight, but then I guess they got someone. They had someone. What's up? Yeah, okay. Just yell, "Oh, can you hear me?" See if they can read your lips. I got a story on that one with a deaf person I knew. But anyway, yeah, RTI. I was talking to an RTI guy once when I think it was at the U.S. Cold Storage in Turlock, and I was like, I don't remember you guys doing reefer freight before. And said, oh yeah, it's new for us. 'Cause I guess yeah, what the guy had told me was that they had just started doing reefer, and they had a guy who had reefer experience come to help with the management of the company, and yeah, and the guy who had the reefer experience basically told the owner, hey, basically let me run the reefer side of your company, and I'll get your reefer business up and running, and because he knows the reefer side, and he said yeah, I know I guess he was going to focus specifically on California and the whole West, like mainly running up and down I-15 and stuff, and yeah. Oh, I see our England with the roll-up door. Why does that one have a roll-up door? Interesting. It's an England truck? Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen an England truck with an APU on it. I remember I'd heard that they had a couple of, I think they used a few trucks for testing, for cost testing, whatever on it. They decided it wasn't cost effective for them because so many of their trucks are team trucks, and they don't run they don't sit parked long enough to use the APU much anyway. Uh, yeah, yeah. What was that story I was going to tell you? I forget. No, you had said something that oh yeah, and then there was I think you had an aside in there or whatever that was going to mention something about and I did not know that. We just had two drivers go to WFX. They seem to like it more, or at least I don't know how much. Like, I mean, they have to be there for a little longer to really get good input from them, but they seem to like the setup at WFX. All right. Yeah, only time I've ever been through there was during the daytime. I mean, it was during the nighttime. I believe it is. Might be a army or air base or something nearby. I don't know. Herzog. Maybe I'm. Are you taking 95 straight up into Maine? Okay. I think that's the same way I went. Yeah, and then is that the route where there's like a pilot just before you get into Massachusetts? Damn, you're supposed to know this shit, man. Damn dog. Barking orders at you all the time. It's at least a few hour drive. Cause yeah, I want to say Hartford to Boston. Maybe you guys can, maybe the people watching can say how many miles it is, but yeah, 'cause I'm pretty sure it's the same route that I took to get up that way. Because when I went through there, I went up. I was dead. Oh, 100. Okay, so maybe yeah, maybe not quite 2 hours then, depending on what speed you can run. On the east side of the what's that north-south route? Is that 84 that goes up? Okay, yeah. I want to say there's a TA on the right side. It's pretty decent size, and then on the other side, just before you get into Massachusetts, there's a pilot. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good sized place. Man, the building there, didn't, I don't think it, don't remember it being the hugest, but it's a good sized parking lot. Oh, now you're out of luck, man. Yeah, you're gonna have to go find a lake or something to clean yourself in. Yeah, yeah, it's a pretty, yeah, it's the same exact way I went. And then when I got near the Boston area, what was that? I don't know what that other highway. I took some, I forget the name of that damn, some, I think it was a U.S. or state, whatever it was, highway over to Gloucester. Eh, toll road. Are you gonna go take 90 all the way across over to Buffalo and then come down through Erie and Cleveland, or? Uh, yeah, that's the way I tried to go. But of course, you're coming out of Maine. So imagine there'd be another route over to 90. Oh, okay. So there's nothing that cuts across through Vermont and New Hampshire? Oh, that's kind of bullshit. Ah, look like a punt got blocked and Texans scored a touchdown. Long hauler trucking. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. I forget where that was at though. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, because you said you were delivering there. Uh, yeah, I might be crossing paths with your buddy Ted today. Yeah, uh, because he and Eric Wildman ended up swapping yesterday. Basically, Ted was empty, and then Eric didn't have the hours to work with to get his load all the way to WCC on time. So he ended up giving Ted his load in Little Rock, and they took Ted's empty, and then he ended up reloading yesterday and or actually last night in Pottsville. So I know Ted's coming this direction. I've not talked to him about that yet. I don't know. I'll find out because I got some notification that Eric had texted me, but I can't respond to it right now. Yeah, I don't go doing too much handling my phone when it's up, yeah, especially when it's up there on the dash. Seed trucking. I'm at the 293, so let's see, and I think it's 369 where Russell's is, so it's at 77 or so miles. Yeah, yeah, it won't be a problem at all. I got an hour and 54 to go, and I'm sure as hell not gonna stop in Tucumcari. Freaking slow ass data connection there. I don't stop there. The only time I ever stop in Tucumcari is if I'm on a load where I really have to stop there for whatever, because of hours or for, distance for other shifts. Why do you say that? Why would they do that though? Oh, well, I don't think that that's legal to do if they are, because that's interfering with communication lines, and I'm sure Verizon or AT&T or whoever the hell owns the cell towers in that area would probably have a field day if that in court if they found out that that's what was going on. I bet they just don't have enough cell towers or enough line of sight with with other places to, or they're older cell towers, whatever, with older technology. And I was like, my phone works okay there, but the minute I get on my tablet and try to do anything, it's like, yeah, forget it. I feel like I'm on a dial-up modem when I'm there. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, Eric hates stopping there for the exact same reason. He and I both always have the same problem. Yeah, for me, it doesn't really seem to matter which one I'm at. It's really hit and miss. Like I can be in one spot and it'll suck, and then another spot I might be okay. Verizon. Well, that's something you don't know. Punxsutawney. Interestingly, our friend Pomeranian actually caught and killed a squirrel in our backyard yesterday. Yeah. It's like, how the hell does a Pomeranian kill a full-size squirrel? The freaking squirrel's probably as big as the dog is. I just bitch slap the dog or something. All right. No problem, man. We'll talk to you later. All right. Well, sounds well deserved of those kind of miles. Hey, I'm not the party peeps guy, okay? I'm just the party truck. I'm the party truck. All right. Bye. All right. Dora, what kind of statistics problem you got to deal with? When I get parked, I might be able to help. Maybe send me good screenshots of whatever. There's that Swift coming the other way, and then I might be able to help out more with that. Coming up on a 300-mile marker here, right at about an hour out now from Russell's Travel Center. Still got an hour and 48 left on my clock, so I really can reach, no problem, reach the pilot in Vega, Texas, but yeah, I'm kind of reluctant to stop there for reasons mentioned earlier when I was still on the phone with Andy. And for those of you guys wanting to know how things are going with Andy, he's going to be stopping at the TA there in a few, north of Hartford on I-84. He's got a load going up to Maine. And then when he gets due delivering that, he's got another load picking up about 60 miles north of the delivery in Maine, and that one's going to Wisconsin. And then he's, I guess he's got a contract for tomatoes out of either Nogales or Yuma for a certain amount of time, whatever. So I guess he's going to be running back and forth routes between, basically those two border points, and I didn't quite catch where. Right? I don't know if he's going up like the Midwest, basically, I'm guessing. Transport America can get up to speed, because this guy's not slowing down. He knows, you know you're gonna have a conflict there, dude. I'm already in the middle of passing you, so I'm not gonna back out. There you go. Boy, Transport America did a pretty nice job of getting up to speed anyway. What is she? I think it's a female driver from what I can tell in the mirror. Let's see what she's going to do up this hill now. Of one of the problems that you need help with. This Conestoga driver's having a hard time outrunning me on this hill. He's out climbing me, but he's not, having a hard time doing it. Well, I'm behind him, so I'm kind of staying back until he can get around me, and then I'll. Let's go here, clear. So long to move back over. Might have been the curve. JCT coming the other using to hook up to my phone. Usually when I get the headset on, it connects cycling back. Games where 21-point leads get reversed and in the first corner of the that's a really bad start for Kansas City and a really good start for Houston. Games are that still win the game, so it's not over till it's over.